to get there and hope we will meet there. Like a hurricane to my heart, till you're far away. See the lights on the other side. I'm going to get there and hope we will meet there.
I feel so alive. I've never felt this way before. It must be you and I. It's got me thinking about us more. It's these bright lights that put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around up and down on that stage. It's your future vibes. Bright lights that put me in a trance, so I feel like I can do it all. It's a good life that I really want. It's those future vibes. I got those futures.
Greetings.
You would wipe away my tears, so sincere. Turn gray skies to blue. You won't ever change your ways, doing what you do. Well, you can keep on talking, talking. No one say no, we nothing, nothing. The same old thing again and again. Well, I know it's foolish, but stop walking, walking. 'Cause this time I'm not joking, joking. I'll let all this again and again. Well, I know it's
Hey guys, this is Pixel here. I just want to say a quick thank you to all you guys who've been here for such a long time and supporting the channel. We finally reached 100k, which is an awesome milestone, and I'm so glad that you're a part of this. So, as always, I hope you enjoy this mix and stay awesome.
foolish.
Sound waves reaching the microphone are changed into impulses of electric current.
No need to worry about your pre-recorded music tapes being accidentally erased. It can't happen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, how is everyone doing? That was, again, Silicon Valley. Very good to have everyone here. We also have some guests here from some of the different teams, so welcome. Really glad to have you. Just to give everyone a little bit of background on why we're here and everything, and just to remind the teams as well, because it's really important for us, we're here for collaboration. First and foremost, this event is happening across 190 cities internationally. It's actually 160, but we'll say 190 because it sounds way cooler. 160 cities internationally are running the event at the same time. We have NASA-curated challenges. We have 10 teams here who have come up with solutions to the problems that NASA is facing. And we're really excited, and I speak on behalf of the organizers, on behalf of the judges as well, and the guests, to see what everyone has come up with. So give yourselves a round of applause for doing such an amazing job, first and foremost. So the way that this is going to go is that teams are going to come up and present. They're going to have 7 minutes to do so, and then after which there's going to be 3 minutes of Q&A. We are going to then afterwards, after the fifth team, we're going to have a little bit of a 15-minute break or intermission, just to allow people to go to the bathroom, grab coffee, tea, water, pop, beer, whatever you need. So I'd ask that everyone try to stay in their seat as much as possible because it can be distracting. Other than that, I want to pay attention and give notice to our amazing sponsors who have made this weekend possible. First and foremost, the space that we are in is Symbility Intersect. They very graciously gave it to us this weekend. We were not only using the space for internet and power and all that, but we were also able to steal their coffee mugs, well, not steal their coffee mugs, borrow their coffee mugs, to grab coffee, use their fabulous area as well, which has a lot in it. I've seen a lot of people with Burger King, although I'll be honest, I'm a McDonald's guy myself. But can we give a huge round of applause for Symbility Intersect? Second up, we have xe.com. Without xe and without also the City of Toronto, this event wouldn't have had not only the meals that we had, but also the snacks that have come and gone, although quite quickly, the badges. Like, this event, while it's a free event, seems like, you could probably throw it together just with having a space and Ethernet. These sponsors wanted the event to be much more than that and to give you a really good experience. So xe.com, and as well, we have the City of Toronto. Can we get a big round of applause for both of them? Perfect. Now that I've done all of the things that I need to do in terms of saying, who helped out, I want to turn our attention to the fabulous 4 judges that we have in front of us today. I'm very grateful for their time. I know everyone here is grateful for their time. I want to introduce them. I'm going to introduce them from my left to my right, and if you want to give a quick raise of the hand, that'd be great. So I'm going to start with Magid. Magid is from xe.com, so he's one of our sponsors. Yahoo. Magid is the creative director for xe, the world's trusted currency authority. He brings over 17 years of experience in usability, design, and front-end development to creating a seamless user experience for both xe.com, which ranks among the world's top 400 sites, and the company's mobile apps, which have been downloaded over 40 million times, although 400 million is the next goal. Prior to xe, Magid has worked for agencies on large-scale digital products for clients including Xerox, Royal LePage, and Mazda, an avid an avid technophile. Magid also often falls asleep at night to the gentle hum of his MacBook. Can we give a big round of applause for Magid? Okay, next up is Dr. Krista van Leerhoven. Wow, that was like, geez, someone's picking favorites. Like, you're not judging, they're judging. Come on now. She is the postdoctoral fellow at the University of Toronto. She grew up in a small town just east of Vancouver, BC, though we won't fault her for being born there, not in Toronto. She did her Bachelor's of Science in Physics and Astronomy at UBC and her PhD in Planetary Sciences at the University of Arizona in Tucson. She is currently a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Toronto, investigating the movements of planets, both in our solar system and in planetary systems around other stars. Please give her a round of applause. And next up, we have Hanno Rain. He is the assistant professor at the University of Toronto. He received his PhD from the University of Cambridge in theoretical physics and applied mathematics. He spent 3 years as a fellow at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton before joining the University of Toronto in 2013. He has broad research interests, including high-performance computing, numerical algorithms, stochastic processes. Did I say that right? Cool. Okay, I just want to make sure, because I was like literally looking on Google to make sure that I did. It's embarrassing. Celestial mechanics, planet formation, and dynamics of Saturn's rings. Hanno is also the developer of the popular iOS application Exoplanet, a highly visual showcase of recent exoplanet discoveries that has been downloaded several million times. Can we get a big round of applause for him? And last but certainly not least is Eric Boyd. He is the founder of SenseBridge. SenseBridge began as a collaboration at NoiseBridge, a makerspace in San Francisco, California. They were interested in augmenting their senses, giving themselves experience with cyborg-like technologies, aren't we all? Their first effort was Northpaw, a compass anklet that vibrates to tell you which way is north, gives users an intuitive sense of direction. Over time, the collaboration evolved, people came and left, and today SenseBridge has members in San Francisco, Toronto, London, and many other cities. Can we get a big round of applause for Eric? Fantastic. And if we could get the order up next, that'd be fantastic. So this is the order that we're going to be going in today. What we're going to be doing is, please pay attention not only to where you are in the order, but also who is before you. The reason that I say that is so that you can start getting prepared. You can silently go up to the side, or one of the people can silently go up to the side just to get prepared. And then what we'll have is try and have as clean a switchover as possible. So if you notice that you're next and you don't have your computer for whatever reason, please go and do that so we can have a smooth experience from start to finish. First up, and right here is going to be Aircrack TO, and then of course Vesta Rainbow, if you can start getting prepared. We're going to go all the way up to Aircrack NG, and then we're going to take a 15-minute break or intermission, and then we'll move and start with Space Off after that. Any questions from anyone before we get started? All right, let's give it up for Aircrack TO.
So hey guys, we're Aircrack TO. I'm Jerry, this is Rochelle, and our third member, Justin, unfortunately had to leave because he's moving. And we are undergraduate students at the University of Waterloo, so anyone else from Waterloo here? Put up your hand. Oh, okay, a few. 1, 2, all right, not bad. So our product is Aircrack TO, and so this is the NASA challenge where we have to build a platform for crowdsourcing user data about things like allergy symptoms and respiratory diseases and all that fun stuff. So Rochelle is just going to quickly go over some use cases of that.
All right, so there are a couple main use cases we envision for Aircheck. So the main one, first up and foremost, is for you as a user. So you're living in an area, you notice that a lot of people around you are sick. You're feeling that you're finding it tough to breathe. You want to say maybe there's a reason for this. So we'd like to quantify that. We'd like to give people a representation of that. So using, again, the crowdsourced data that people submit locally and weather data, we can see that you know, there are weather problems in the area. People are experiencing flu symptoms in your area. Maybe you should stay inside. Maybe you should wear an air mask outside if you're in a polluted area. Secondly, we want to make this data, this is in the sense of the data, we can plan ahead with this data, or there's a lot of logistics that can be provided. So let's say we've got lots of data about symptoms in an area and correlation to weather. We can start saying maybe governments can start pushing out the correct medical supplies to that area to maybe prepare in advance for those symptoms. And yeah, so that's the use cases.
So yeah, let's just, so our product is actually itself a website. So Michelle's just going to take us through some of the basics. So here up front we have this banner, and then we have a map that we generate based on the data that we collect from users, as well as data that we pull from various APIs across the web for our weather information. And then below that we have the form where users can submit their information and their data. And then at the very bottom we have a Twitter feed, which we'll get to later. So let's start with the form, which is the primary way that users can input their own data. So let's say I'm a user, I navigate to this website, and I want to submit some data about the sicknesses that I'm currently experiencing. So let's just fill out the form. am I currently sick? Apparently, also experiencing allergies. Air quality is not bad. Yeah, and then these are questions that we picked that we felt would be reflective of things that other people might be interested to know, like data about allergy symptoms and other diseases. So once we hit submit or register, that data gets pushed to our database, and then if we just do a quick refresh of the page, and go to the map, we should see a couple data points for Toronto, right? So, and then Rochelle is going to talk a bit about what we can do with that data.
All right, so this here is what we call our heat map. So you can see the data points are pretty close to where we are, a little bit off. So we offset the two different colored heat points just to give the user some perspective. So the blue like heat points represent symptoms. So as people report symptoms and as they report intense symptoms, the heat map in that area becomes a darker shade of blue, almost to the point of being red. And the greenish red represents temperature. So as the temperature is warmer or colder, as the temperature gets warmer, we might see a more red heat map. When it's colder, we'll see it more on the green side. Now, this is just one data point, unfortunately, in the grand scheme of things. So we're just going to go ahead and we're going to generate some data just to give you guys an idea of what it might look like on a larger scale. So again, we have Toronto, but if we scroll out, we'll see maybe we got some more heat map points here, and we can toggle maybe the symptoms. I don't want to see the symptoms, I just want to know weather, and we can toggle weather, and we can just see, some trouble points. It looks like Cleveland is not doing too well, Pittsburgh is doing okay, and then we can look at the differences between the two. Cleveland looks a little bit colder than Pittsburgh, so maybe there's a correlation between colder weather and higher symptoms. So using those, so that's the extensibility of the heat map there. And as you can see, this can be extrapolated around the world. And but this is again, this is a website. It's not the best way to submit data. Sometimes it can be a pain to go to a website and stuff. So we decided to add another feature of submission. Jerry's going to talk about that.
Yeah, so we figured that one of the biggest platforms in terms of social networking or social media is Twitter, and a lot of people have Twitter on their mobile devices too. So what we did is we created a way for users to tweet at an account that we've created and then report all their symptoms. So you can tweet something, for example, like feeling sick today, all right, and then hashtag the city you're in and tweet that at our account, and that'll automatically get pulled from our website into our database, and then that will be shown on the heat map as well. So we're just going to do a quick demo here. So let's say we'll tweet Aircheck Apps TO, feeling pretty sick, got a runny nose, okay, and I'm sneezing. Wow. I'm sure his friends will be very happy to know that he's not feeling too good. So he's going to tweet that. And then if we refresh the page, yeah, so we have a data point in Philadelphia, which was generated from that tweet that we just did there. So again, just to reiterate, we feel that it's kind of clunky sometimes to go on a website just to enter this data. So we want to make this as easy as possible for the user so we can get as much crowdsourced data as possible.
So yeah, another feature about the tweets is we have a Twitter account, Aircheck TO, and it'll also keep track of the symptoms, and our app will keep track of the symptoms, and it'll let Aircheck TO tweet when a certain area might be experiencing severe conditions, or it might send out warnings. So that's another crowdsourcing benefit that we have, and this is just tweets about Aircheck TO. And you guys can feel free to tweet at it if you feel like. But yeah, so that's the Twitter, that's the Aircheck app. So in terms of further expansion, there's a couple ways we can see this going. So in terms of maybe applying a statistical or machine learning background to this, we can look at the fact that maybe we can start predicting the symptoms an area might have based on just the weather data, or based on the if there's an area we have little weather data for, but we have the symptoms for, maybe we can predict the weather data for that. So kind of using one to imply the other. There's also
Yeah, one more thing we want to do is, again, a good crowdsourced platform depends on getting as much data as possible from users. And like I said, that depends on making it really easy and accessible for users to input that data. So we have the Twitter, we have the form, maybe in the future we could do something like inputting based on text messages or integrating with other messaging platforms so that users can log their data conveniently from whatever method they choose to do that. So we see that as a future direction for this app as well, if we take it further. And that's it for our presentation. So we're open to take questions.
Right on. Now, judges right in front of you, you should have your microphones. Hopefully they're not on mute. If there's a yellow button, just tap the button quickly, although you guys are way smarter than I am, so you probably know that. And whenever you're ready.
So there's lots of sources of this kind of data already. I don't know if Toronto does it, but I know there's lots of cities that have like pollen count indicators and all kinds of things. Did you check into whether these data feeds are available and how you would integrate them?
Yeah, so right now we're only pulling from one API that was provided actually on the resources page for this hackathon. But this kind of thing is easily extendable, right? Like I think the hard part isn't necessarily getting the data because we live in a world where, this data is so readily available. The hard part will be kind of amalgamating that data and figuring out how to process it in a format that A, users can understand, and B, can provide some meaning and some analytical value. So yeah, that's definitely something that our app supports in terms of extensions. Whether or not we currently support, we only pulled from the one API right now, but it would be more or less trivial to extend that to more APIs in the future.
So I noticed that you're tracking both sickness and allergies. And these are two rather different things. In sickness, you're really actually possibly infectious, whereas allergies aren't infectious, but are possibly also area correlated due to weather factors, et cetera. Would you think about separating those two things out, or what are your thoughts on the correlations between those things?
Yeah, I completely agree with you in that sense that maybe our form doesn't have the granularity that it could, and we aren't doctors. We didn't know maybe what decisions to make at the time with what defines the best way to get that data from a person. But what we decided was, as a person inputting data, what are the simplest questions you can answer? And I guess if you're feeling sick, maybe allergies will have you feeling run down with a runny nose or something. You'll still be feeling bad with the allergies. So I think at the end of the day, the user will probably end up answering yes to that question. But yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right, where allergies and sickness might need to be separated out into their own buckets in the future, where we can have that control over granularity.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add that on the flip side of that, I think we definitely want to have both types of data in the service as well, because I think both things are, and again, we haven't done the statistical analysis on this to determine if it's true or not, but I think both of those things could be correlated with weather conditions in some way, so obviously pollination and air quality ties very strongly with allergies, but also, the temperature, and we know that there are certain seasons where people are more likely to get sick. So definitely those two types of data are all things that we want to wrap together in this package.
So first of all, well done. Looks very polished already for such a short amount of time.
Thanks.
Did you try searching Twitter just for keywords that describe allergies and look for tweets that have a location attached to it? So maybe the data is already there without people actively tweeting to your account.
Right, yeah, and that's something that we did consider. There is a little bit more of a technical challenge to that, just in terms of raw data throughput. And in addition to that, we need to get location data, right, based on that as well. So that's something that the Twitter API does support, but that would have taken a bit more involved. And we felt our decision was that it wasn't necessarily MVP for this presentation for this project. But that's definitely something we can incorporate in the future.
If I may, there is a slight limitation on the Twitter API for this streaming kind of data, meaning that we only had a certain number of calls per minute. So we figured, let's have calls where we have control over the data for a demonstration purpose. And once we take this to a bigger scale, if we plan on doing that, we can start paying for more extensive streaming plans.
Right on. Thank you. That's going to be the last question right now. Can we get a round of applause for Aircrack TO? I know I'm the man behind the curtain right now, but if we could get Vesta Rainbow up, that would be fantastic. And I'm just going to go over while Vesta is here.
So hi everyone. Our team, the challenge we choose is Vesta Revealed, and it's essentially map the asteroid challenge. And first of all, I want to explain a little bit more about why it's the challenge at all. Like, people making maps for 1,000 years probably. We all know how to use maps in our everyday life. Everyone has Google Maps on their phone, so why it's the problem at all? Just get Google Maps of the asteroid and go ahead. But reality is not that simple, because when you really want to have a map of the whole planet, the whole object, all the maps we are currently using and all the maps you are seeing in your everyday life is actually bad. And the reason why are bad is that because they distort the proportions of almost everything on the map pretty badly. Like for example, Canada is usually 3 times bigger than it really is. Greenland is 5 times bigger. The flight from Toronto to London looks exactly the same as flight from Toronto to St. Paul on the map, although in reality it's 3 times the difference. So it's not really good when you want to see the whole planet. So one of the approach which was invented, I believe, in NASA is instead of using the maps as the regular maps based on the projection, is to use the so-called constant scale natural boundary maps. And so to translate these words into the concepts which we all could understand, you can think of the planet as an orange, and if you peel the surface, like if you cut the surface along a certain line, peel it and flatten it on the table, that's exactly how the constant scale natural boundary map gonna look like. So to give you an example of that map of our Earth, so this is the example of the map, and that is the map which is necessary to create. But the cool thing about this map, that the distortions of the objects which are on the map are very small compared to our regular map. And then if you bend this map back along the cut lines, you actually can have back the 3-dimensional object. So essentially it's not really spherical, because we do not have very high precise scissors, but that's the globe, and it's this map bended into this globe. So the challenge here is how to define the lines where to cut the surface, because it's not very apparent where these natural boundaries are on the asteroid. For example, when this map of our Earth was created, as this constant scale natural boundary map was created, the natural boundaries on the map are basically the water, are based on the boundary between water and the land. So our idea on mapping, and there is no obviously such thing as water on the asteroid, but our idea to map the asteroid and to find out where these natural boundaries are on the asteroid is to introduce the virtual rain on the asteroid and model where this virtual water would go if it would be raining on the asteroid. So essentially creating the river model with the river flow and the water, water of this world. And so we started from the digital elevation map of the asteroid. That's basically the map of Vesta, and the lighter the terrain, the higher the terrain is, the darker is more kind of the ocean things. And we apply this technique, and we actually get the this, which is which is the so if it would be raining there, this is how the river's gonna look like. And obviously there are a lot of noise here, but you can, if you, I don't know how clear it is on the screen, but if you really take a look at it, you can clearly find the bigger rivers here and identify where the regions which belongs to the same watershed are, and this way create the nature, find out where these natural boundaries are. And then we used basically very scientific approach, at least we hope so, to this experiment. So we tried several times, filter out the noise using several different techniques. Based on the methods we used for filtering, we received more water, less defined rivers, more flooded planet. But the bottom line of all our experiment, we have quite good understanding where the river is going to be. So depending on how much water we pour, we have like smaller rivers, but then they grow, then the whole planet. But if we apply more filtering, then it's more apparent where these rivers are. And so that way we create the technique how to help identify these borders for basically manual cutting. Or the next step could be using the image recognition, or other techniques like graph building. We can actually create these these lines along which we need to cut the asteroid in our program. Then once we create this, once we decide where we're going to cut the surface of our asteroid, another actually interesting challenge is then how to project these something which is between these cuts on the surface, because it's not very obvious how to do it. So we tried an approach, and here is the explanation of what we tried to do. I can.
If we can conclude with the last thought,
Yep.
and then get into, sorry.
Yep.
Thank you.
Just few minutes. Few words.
Yeah, maybe not a few minutes.
So the product which we created is NeoMapper tool and the technique we use is this virtual flooding. We actually tried to Google it, didn't find something similar to that, which basically means that either the idea is very interesting or complete nonsense. We don't know at this moment yet, but here's the tool. We will publish it shortly on the website. And yeah, I think this approach could actually be applied in more than mapping the asteroids. Essentially, this virtual rain thing could be applied on any terrain, on any digital terrain map. Like, for example, it's possible to have a map of Toronto where the elevation would be the cost of the house, and then apply this technique and see where the rivers of the wealth flow gonna go on the surface of Toronto, and see, how its potential dissipates on the surface. So
if we can maybe now get questions going, now the project site is up. If you maybe want to open anything that you want while the judges are going through and maybe asking a couple of questions, that would be helpful, so we can just keep the pace going. Judges, do you have a question to start us off?
Very good idea of the flooding method. Do you include the centrifugal force, because the asteroid is spinning? The asteroid is spinning. Do you include that force when you calculate where your rivers are flowing? Because it looks like they're almost flowing always to the poles. If you include the force, do they maybe flow?
I mean, that we didn't dig that deep. Like obviously the limitations here is like it's quite intensive on the computing power. So obviously, the more closer you are to the real physical things, the bigger the computer you need. And we can obviously introduce more parameters into our model, but that requires, first of all, more computing power, and then just any extra parameter complicates the algorithm more. So that basically was the first shot at the problem. We just tried to illustrate the idea, and if it flies, then yeah, probably we will continue developing this. Some of us are still in the high school, so we have some time to improve.
If we could get one more question, that would be great. No questions? Going once, going twice? All right, can we get a big round of applause for Vesta?
Thank you.
We have some guests who are going to take seats, and while they do that, we'll get the next team up.
Too many that you probably won't remember names, so we'll just keep going here. Do any of you guys remember being this kid? Just like Chris Hadfield, sitting in a cardboard box, imagining that you're in a rocket ship, going into deep space, exploring the moon, exploring Mars, and exploring but beyond. Because I certainly have. Exactly been there, putting a colander on my head, sitting in a box, and imagining that I was going to space. And that's what inspired our solution to the Book It to the Moon challenge. And what we wanted to do is inspire a new generation of space explorers and to tap into that natural curiosity that all of us have or had when we were children to want to explore the unknown. So what we've created is an immersive experience in the form of an iPad app that will let you, or let the child become a NASA astronaut, be part of the space program. And what we really wanted to do is transport them to the moon instead of telling them that this is a game that you play that will simulate what it's like on the moon. No, we want to make the child feel like they're actually going to the moon as part of NASA. As you can see here, you can even create your own NASA mission badge, which is a large part of the NASA space programs. And children are actually love to create and customize their own avatars as users. They actually spend the most time doing it out of all of the different categories of users. And so before we begin on our journey today, I would like all of you guys to come and take the astronaut pledge with us. So it says Mark here, but just replace your own name. And we are going to take this pledge together and before we embark on the rest of our adventure today. So if everybody could hold up their left hand and put your right hand over your heart and just repeat with us, just say your own name. So on 3, 1, 2, 3. I, James, do solemnly swear that I will explore space, the final frontier, with respect and appreciation, that I will bear true curiosity and remain inquisitive at all times, and that I will solve problems positively and befriend and help others to the best of my ability. according to regulations and the Uniform Code of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. And so when we're ready, let's blast off.
That's 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. We have a liftoff. Liftoff on Apollo 11.
Okay, so as James mentioned, we want to create a very immersive environment for kids to play and explore around because they're already naturally curious. So if you look at our interface, we actually have little to no instruction, and we really just allow the child to explore on their own and discover the unknown by themselves. So I'm going to pass it off to Mohammed to give you a little walkthrough of the landing on the moon.
So the kid can explore different areas, different landing sites, and we're on landing site 17, and there are some images and videos that they can click on based on these hotspots and see them. Alert, if you can play a video quickly. On your left.
So what we really wanted to do with this environment is to provide information about space, but not just any information, but things that are going to be relevant to kids ages 4 to 8. So here we have a cartoon that explains about the moon and other various cool things about space that children will actually want to look into and hopefully inspire them to ask more questions and keep exploring.
It's my time to shine. It's my time to shine. The day is over now.
Okay, so I think we had a fun time exploring the moon, and now we're gonna head on back to Earth. Yeah. So beyond just looking at images on the iPad, we wanted to give kids a chance to use their motory and sensory skills. So on our iPad version, you can actually tilt the iPad and you can fly towards the moon and Earth and kind of guide the spaceship towards that planet. Okay, so beyond just giving kids a chance to explore, we want to reinforce their learning by giving them achievement badges. So on the side, we have some mission badges that you can earn as you explore different parts of space. And throughout this experience, we also want to provide them different opportunities to learn things beyond just the moon. So here you can select going to Mars, going to Jupiter, and it just gives the kids a chance to look at things that they're actually interested in and not push a certain curriculum toward them. So we understand that supporting curiosity is beyond just the child. So we actually provide a platform for parents as well. And we send them weekly or monthly emails that will give them a snapshot of what their child is interested in. So here, Mark is really interested in exploring the moon, and also some real life events that they can go to and activities that they can explore. So here, because Mark is interested in the moon, we tell the parent to bring Mark to go look at moon phases throughout the month, or also take them to this NASA youth space camp that's nearby, just to expand on that child's natural curiosity and give them more opportunities to explore space. So like James, I also once played in cardboard boxes, but obviously now I'm not an astronaut, and I lost that dream. So with Book It to the Moon, we're trying to get kids to stay curious, keep exploring, and one day really land on the moon. Thank you.
Go for it, judges. Do you have any comments or questions about them? Or
Hey, really great presentation. If I was a 40-year-old, I think I'd be excited. I don't really have a question, but good job.
So one of the main misconceptions that we often see even in university classes about the moon is that the sun is up during the day and the moon is up at night. You guys, as you said, don't have any sort of set curriculum, but is this one of the things that you include? I was just curious.
Yeah, we can definitely get in the email, for example, that we send out to parents to say that the moon will be visible during the day as you walk to school.
The moon will be visible during the day. Yeah, that's a good. Like there are a lot of little misconceptions that can be addressed. And like, how long does a day last on the moon? Is it a full month or is it a day? Or
so during the panorama picture that was there, so all the hotspots are clickable. So any sort of information can be added, whichever is applicable for more education purpose. So yeah, so any information about moon could be added on that.
A step further from what we've presented today. So we tried to keep just the things that we could demonstrate in this app, but we want to actually extend this experience offline as well. So through the app, they might get prompted a question, can you see the moon during the day, and actually get the child to go out into the real world and explore that on their own. So right here, we're only showing you what you can do online, but eventually we want to encourage that child to get outside of the house to go and explore the stuff on their own. So maybe going to a museum and looking up, you know, I guess, models of the solar system, for example. How big really is Jupiter compared to Earth? And so the app is beyond just the app. I think it's just a platform to encourage kids to keep exploring, yeah, and to not limit what they know based on just what's in the app.
Cool. If there's no other questions, can we get a big round of applause for Kid on the Moon? And next up on stage is Mars VR Mission Simulation. While they are getting ready, I will let you know that, I will tell you another joke, I guess. How do you put a baby alien to sleep? You rock it! Yeah. That's all I got, really. Just so you all know, there will be food delivered at some point in the next little bit. We're going to ask that everyone...
Hi, I'm Adrian, and
I'm Macy. So here we are. We have a VR Mars driving simulation, which is called Lost on Mars.
And so this is part of the Journey to Mars category, the sim space. And basically what we're looking at is trying to use tools like VR and whatnot to explore the problems of navigating on Mars. So in this scenario, there's like no GPS and anything like that. And we need to find ways to deal with this dust storm that, as you can see, is enveloping the HAB.
Yes, as we can know that travel to Mars can be very expensive, and training for extreme environment is very, very costly as well. So we were trying to use the latest technology to simulate the environment as much as possible. So here we're using Oculus Rift and also the steering wheels. The engine we're using is Unity 3D.
So basically, we wanted to make this as realistic as possible. So we were pulling in various sources. So one of the things we tried using was the Mars Orbiter Laser Altimeter data. So you can see in the right-hand image the tracks as the orbiter goes over the planet. It was firing a laser down to generate this height data. And the background image that you can see is generated from that. Unfortunately, there's some issues with it. It's a bit too sparse for driving on, so we actually switched over and used the high-rise data instead. That took stereo image pairs and used that to generate height data, so you can see the height map that we can actually then pull into Unity.
Just try to make the environment as close as possible. So when you're actually experienced in this environment, the landscape is actually from the real Mars, and all the assets we are getting are actually from NASA. So things are as close as possible because we are trying to do a simulation. It could be a game, but at the end, we try to be more helpful so people get their hands on the wheels before they actually go to the Mars.
So it was really useful to be able to leverage the technologies that's out there. So we had like the car physics, we were able to just drop in existing assets and leverage stuff on the asset store to really make an immersive simulation very quickly.
And of course, since the controller is different, so we had to mapping all the buttons and steering wheels with our games. There are 2 buttons, or the red buttons, you can actually drop beacons. Andrew, he will explain later why we are dropping beacons. And also we have steering wheels, actually controls the directions in the game, and we actually can control the force of the steering wheel, so we can make it harder to turn or not. And those pedals are actually working, they control forward and backwards. So again, we just try to simulate it as much as we can. And of course, we did a VR integration. We integrated with the Oculus DK2. And since the engine we're using is cross-platform, it could be ported to all the other VR headsets. And again, it could be played without headsets, also without the chair, but with all those hardware, it just makes the experience better.
So Maisie's going to get set up, and actually you'll be able to see her interacting with the VR experience on this workstation. And while that's going on, I can actually show you basically what she's seeing, just running it on a desktop machine. So you can still play it like that. So here we are, we're on Mars, and we have this audio. 1 second.
Do you want to explain to people the beacon?
So as I drive around, I can hit this space bar. So I've dropped down an audio node. So basically the theory is you'd be able to have a piece of hardware that you could drop down that the rover could then map into space through an audio cue, so that the driver of the rover can actually use those if something comes up and there's a situation where they can't navigate with just by following a map. Because Mars has things like dust storms, so this dust storm has just come up, and now we need to be able to find our way back to the hab. So if we listen carefully, we can actually use the audio cues. And this is one of the places where the VR headset can really help, because the spatial audio allows you to really hear where those beacons are and let you find your way back, because I've kind of gotten lost. It's much easier with the headphones. Unfortunately, it's kind of hard to spatialize audio when the speakers are way in the back. But so I seem to have lost track of the hab. So hopefully this works better for the guys who are actually on Mars. And that's pretty much it. So.
Cool. Judges, do you have any questions?
So I really like that you're using the high-rise data, because high-rise is awesome. It's run out of my alma mater, yay. But one unfortunate thing about the high-rise camera is there's only pictures, period, and there's only stereo pictures of Mars in a very limited number of places. Do you have any sort of plans for extending this to all Mars, or anything like that, or just keeping it limited to these spaces and that's big enough?
Well, it's certainly one of the things that I was liking about the MOLA data was that I'd set it up so that we could procedurally generate from any patch of the terrain that we've got. So like the screenshot from the high-rise map, you actually have you just specify the latitude and longitude, and I can take that data, just straight up generate the terrain from it automatically. So obviously, with the high-rise data, you do have that limit, but I think with these kinds of simulations, you're probably going to be focusing on specific areas that are of scientific interest, and those are the areas we're probably going to have data for. So, any other questions?
Good to go.
Great.
Give him a round of applause. Next up, we have Aircrack NG. aside 2 teams that are going to be going up to NASA. And I know I mentioned this is the first day to all the teams, but for any guests that have just joined us, we are going to be choosing 2 to go up to NASA for global judging. There are 160 events happening around the world, so there will be 320 challenges that are going to be put in front of them, and then they're going to decide the best ones. The winner of those is going to be invited to a rocket launch that will be happening later on this year or early next year. Additionally, we are going to be voting on a people's choice. This is a very important thing for everyone. We are going to be giving at the end all that everyone is and all the guests are welcome as well to vote on vote for other Perfect. All right, can we get a big round of applause for Aircrack NG?
Is the audio plugged in? No, that's not plugged audio.
Okay, doesn't matter. We had a video prepared, but we had a video prepared, but for some reason it didn't work, just the black screen. So we're just going to go ahead with our presentation. And so we're Aircrack NG, and it's an intuitive web application for potential health hazards. So I'm Benjamin Chang. I developed the API side of things and a bit of the front end and a bit of the back end, but mostly the API.
I'm Jim Gao. I did the backend mainly and the data, analysis of the data.
I'm Jackie Liao, and I did stuff on the maps.
I'm Aaron Du. I did a little bit of the UI.
I'm Henry Gu, and I worked on the website's layout.
I'm Harry Zhang, and I did the communications and front end.
This is our inspiration and reasoning. So there has been an increasing trend of air pollution. We can see a picture of, I believe it's air pollution in China in 2015. And we believe that there should be a reliable source for people to get such information, and also researchers who need information, organized information, and with intuitive interface. So this is what we did.
So, whoops. So this is the solution overview. We have a front-end data collection side and a map for viewing all the data we collected. And so for submission of data, you just specify which symptoms you had, and there's a slider which you can drag that just symbolizes the severity of that symptom. And all of that communicates with the API layer, which writes things to the SQL database, and the data processing server reads from that as well, and writes to it for the API layer to read. So we have a bit of a live demo right now, and so this is our landing page. If you go to live map, the map will come up, and right now it's based on geolocation, so it comes up to where you are, and we can see that there's wheezing. Someone reported wheezing with the severity of 5, which is the highest. So also someone a bit south of us reported cough with a severity of 3. If we zoom out, we can see we have randomly generated data. This is just because we didn't have the users to just crowdsource everything. So you can see we had someone with coughing with a severity of 4, like someone, it's random. If we zoom out, in Mexico, we actually have cough with a severity of 2, wheezing with severity of 4. And if we go across the Atlantic, we can see in Spain, that's actually severe weather, and apparently there was it was negative 18 degrees Celsius. I'm not sure how accurate that is, but this was the weather is actually not randomly generated. We pulled this weather for the entire world from Open Weather Map, which is an API for weather, and we have some things set so extreme weather is automatically put onto the map. On the left side, there's a sidebar, and we can click on it to filter out only one symptom. So if we click on coughing, if we go back in and zoom in and we click on coughing, we can see that the wheezing node is now gone, and now there's only cough with a severity of 3 here and severity of 4. And basically all across the map, we can only see coughing now.
Next step, we're Jackie's just showing us how we can filter out different symptoms. As I said, this is not only useful for the users, but also useful for people who are doing research about symptoms and air qualities and their consequences. Next up, we're going to introduce how people can submit reports of their symptoms when they're in different areas. So this is our user data submission page. So as you can see down there, we have several sliders indicating different symptoms. And you can, if you hover your mouse over the information icon, you can see more information about that symptom and a brief description.
So in case you don't know what shortness of breath is, if you hover over it, you can see it's difficulty in breathing. And it usually occurs due to high altitude or an illness. So we can do a test right now, and we can do severity of... We can also have stage 5 lung cancer. And the data's... the data is collected off of the location of the users based off of geolocation. And as you can see now, there's lung cancer, severity 5, at our current location.
It is terrible. Okay. In case the size of the circle also changes depending on how many people in this specific area. that has the symptom, and emerges when a lot of people are having the same symptoms and maybe different severities in this specific area. Go back to PowerPoint. So, is there any questions? Are there any questions?
So let's first give him a round of applause. And then judges, go for it.
Okay, I seem to be asking lots of questions, so you all better step up. All right, anyway, I like the slider bar on severity. But one of the things that might be an issue with that is that some people like to inflate how miserable they are. So do you guys have any way to track people who submit to your sites? And you could then, if you know that somebody always reports severity 5, you can like downweight what they report to you?
After data is submitted to our server, when it's updated to the database, our backend server is actually doing sort of like voting algorithm on the severities. So if there's extreme data cases, we're going to delete it. So it's our way of filtering. If we had more time, maybe we would have more, maybe different, more sophisticated way of telling if people are just messing with it.
So have you used any NASA-provided data and correlated with the weather or something like that?
Not at the moment, no. We were looking into using the, there was a weather data on like just general stuff. We were looking into that, but unfortunately we just fell back to a API I've used Open Weather Map before, so I decided to use that because we were running short on time.
You made it easy for users to report their conditions. What about your thoughts about making it rewarding for them or easy for them to, compelling to go and actually report their condition?
I don't know either.
For this type of crowdsourcing data, it's up to the user's responsibility if he wants to help out the world. We all like power the world together, right? Sure, something like that.
This is why we have implemented like very easy user interfaces for people to actually report their symptoms, is to encourage them to not give up when they are actually submitting their data. So what we can do now is if the user decided to submit their data, they will actually carry through because it's fairly simple to actually do it, as opposed to other websites which provide similar features.
Additionally, this site should work on mobile, and so that also makes it easier to work. Yeah, so hamburger menus. Yeah.
Cool. Can we give a big round of applause? All right, ladies and gentlemen, what's going to happen now is we are going to take a break. We will come back at 10 to, what's the next hour? 5. 10 to 5, we will come back. There are
fought all my life for this. This one part, this 1/3 I've always missed. No, just don't let it go. I started the fight, but now I'm losing. So will I fall again? I'm scared of heights, yet it was me who ran away.
Oh, I can't forget myself. The piece that I'm missing, it kills me inside. I need help, oh please give me back. This one part, this 1/3, I'm sorry I lost it.
No, I let my weapons fall. I'm drowning in the fears, and now I know that I will fall again and let it go, but I can't stop to run
Lights are lit and there's sweat on your embrace. One other thing I dare. Lights are out and
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
get every. We can get started. So those of us who are in the bathrooms, you know, finish up in there. We're waiting on you. If you walk through the corridor right now, it'd be really awkward. We'd probably give you an applause. Yeah. All right. So let's get going here. The next team up is Terra. Let's give them a round of applause. Oh, sorry. Never mind. It's not. It's Space Off. Let's give Space Off an applause. Jeez, that's my fault. Thank you.
The gamification of exercise from astronauts to people on Earth who are looking to improve their exercise regimens and compete like a spaceman. The big issue in space right now is that astronauts have to perform up to 2 hours a day of vigorous exercise to maintain their muscle mass and keep strength outside of our atmosphere. Now, it can get pretty boring and lonely in space. So what we've done is enable them to be connected to Earth still through a virtual reality program and have people on Earth with a different side of their own personal app where they can compete head-to-head against astronauts. And what's their solution? Mensana in corporate sana means in healthy mind and healthy body, which is our philosophy here with how people will interact between the app when they're communicating with space. I'm going to give you a quick walkthrough right now. After going through some. So here in the app, what happens is the astronauts compete every day, perform their exercise regimens, and that data is transmitted to Earth. Now on Earth, there's a time limit for people on Earth to complete those challenges, whether it's running, cycling, or through strength training on the app. They're assigned the tasks and they have to complete them within a certain amount of time. It's very specific as to what the challenge is for that day, and they gain experience and level up accordingly. Depending on how they work against astronauts and other people on Earth depends on how much they do succeed and how much is scored for them. So now some advantages here. So this makes it so that astronauts are able to see on the virtual reality side, which we're going to give a demo for shortly, and people on Earth can be more engaged with space and also have something that's a little bit above their heads that can go ahead with. So we're ready here now to give the demonstration of our virtual reality aspect, and ready to go.
Well, the idea is I am playing as the astronaut, and I will be using the VR set to do my exercises while I am seeing on Earth, myself on Earth. So for example, okay, now I will do my exercises.
We've actually built a scale model of Toronto here for the virtual reality environment so that the astronaut can compete and perform his exercise a little closer to home and be reminded of that when he's out in the depths of space.
Yeah, how much time do we have left? Depending on that, I will tell you more or less things. Okay. Okay, go ahead. So the thing, for astronauts, it is not like going to the gym or playing football or whatever. They have a routine, and this is a task, okay? So this is a work for keep them healthy. This is part of them duties, right? So we try to make this task lighter using fun, okay? The concept of gamification is introducing fun in tasks that normally are not funny, right? So this makes it lighter, and this helps in several fronts, right? Apart from that, okay, nowadays we could connect the spaceman with people on Earth, okay? With that, we look as well for mental health, okay? People on Earth, I can bet they feel homesick, they feel alone. It can help improving the experience of man on Earth, and that at the end of the end means money, okay? If you can keep a man on space more time, okay, performing better, okay, given how much does it cost to put him there, this is something valuable, right? And we are planning to do that using wearables. You can see the wearable on David's arm, right? This is a very simple way of tracking the activity for two things. One is sending the data, okay, to the Earth for the people to compete against something, against a determined mark. And the other thing is that it can be tracked much better, the activity and the performance, okay, of the spaceman. One advantage of our proposal is that we can plug it directly into whatever the NASA is planning for the routine. I mean, this is not something we are doing from scratch. This is something that can be plugged in what they are using. If it works, excellent. If it does not work, it can be plugged out, and nothing needs to be replaced. Okay, so in other words, it would be very cheap to test this. Okay, and it's something that we think that truly can improve the performance of the spaceman and can get the people to know in touch, with what NASA and spacemen are doing.
And as a final point, I'm not too sure if we all remember the astronaut pen. It might be before some of our times, but it was a big hit, and it's something that may not be so practical on Earth, but is necessary for astronauts to write in space. Now, with our own line of wearables that astronauts would be wearing, with the corresponding app for people on Earth to participate with, it's a whole new line of wearable technology to compete with the Fitbit that will seem a little bit more advanced and can compete in that market.
Thank you.
Right on. Judges, questions?
Questions?
So the challenge was about designing exercise equipment, and I think this VR thing is really interesting, but I also think in space that the resistance training stuff they use is actually kind of difficult to use, and I'm wondering if you considered maybe an augmented reality solution where they could see the thing they're doing as well as seeing the virtual Toronto or other overlays like that.
One of our concerns with the way that the challenge was laid out is that NASA has put extensive research into the way that they do prepare astronaut regiments, and it would be a little bit above us to kind of create a new routine where we don't have those specific areas of muscle training laid out and strength training. So in that sense, AR is a good solution. It could be supplemented, and it's just another way to use some kind of VR, AR experience for that.
One word that caught our attention about the challenge was fun. Okay, and this is what we have been focusing in. It is not, we didn't design specific devices or routines, but because our understanding is that NASA already has this in mind, okay, but this can be plugged in whatever they are using, okay?
So since you're essentially pitting people from the general public against astronauts, have you thought about how to score what the astronauts are doing relative to what the general public are doing? Because as pointed out, the exercises that the astronauts are doing are often quite different than what you would expect the general public to be doing.
Yeah, we have modeled that minimally, right? And well, in fact, okay, we can keep track of both the astronaut activity and the people's activity, and of course, it should be adapted, okay? Because this is something different here in Earth and there in space, but our experience is that our insight is that it can be adapted, okay? Because not on Earth, you cannot carry on the whole routine. Maybe you can just carry on jogging and muscles, but not cycling, and so on. It could be adapted, but this is something that can be easily communicated right now.
So for the part where you compare yourself to an astronaut's abilities, what happens if I'm just not really good at running or cycling and I'm always significantly worse? Then it's not really fun for me.
It is okay, but keeping you on Earth is very cheap. Okay, keeping the spaceman in the space is quite, and this is quite the focus, right? So yeah, I understand what you say, okay, but for the people on Earth, just the fact of competing with them and ranking compared with an astronaut, okay, is something that is funny, and you can propose within the game, okay, let's say a rank. If you rank top 3, you can send a personal message of hello to the astronaut, right? Something like that. This is what people on Earth are interested in. and this can be combined with the interest of the astronaut.
All right, can we give him a round of applause?
Until you find your way back home. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown.
Hello, good afternoon, judges. Thank you very much. Welcome everybody here. We're very pleased to be here. Welcome to Mars B&B. This is your home away from home for a very, very niche audience. First, we'd like to say that this is a very real problem, and this is a very real problem. There actually is a mission to Mars, and the size of the shuttle, the Falcon 9 Heavy, is actually 5 meters, which is a real Mars lander. So over to Arthur for the challenge.
So the challenge is you've got your spacecraft that's going to deliver your objects to Mars. It's quite small, but then you want to have a large space to live in, and so how can you start out with a small package, unfold your payload into some larger structure that you can use once you arrive on Mars to live on Mars. So that is our challenge that we worked on.
You and 3 friends have landed on Mars. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Your home for the next 12 months is ready for you. Home sweet home, just like Airbnb on Earth. Except it's Mars B&B. There you are, to scale. And here is your home unfolding like a flower.
If you could all pray just a little bit. Okay. If you felt like clapping right now, that would be Thank you.
So, when you land way off in the distance, this is what you're going to see. A big, beautiful bubble on a lander. And as we saw, floor 1, floor 2, floor 3, and floor 4 have popped up for you while you've been traveling. This is the top-down view as floor 1, 2, and 3 are coming up. And again, another in-process view. A close-up of that. where you can see over here the herb garden. Spock for scale. The ladders. The ladders. And this is the origami solution. So this comes up and the walls of each floor pop out, and then there's another leaf that folds out, completing the sphere. So in our prototype, we jumped right through that part.
So once you've deployed your structure, you have the full furnishings, everything you need to live on Mars, work on Mars for a year. On the top floor, you would have your scientific research area. There's lots of desk space all the way around for the 4 astronauts to be doing their geological sampling of the materials they collect on their EVAs, on their spacewalks. The sleeping quarters, because they're working at lab benches, the lab benches are, you know, normal lab bench height, and so there's a lot of room underneath, and that's where your sleeping quarters are. So when you're not working, you just crawl under your desk and sleep. The next level down, right here, is all of the stuff you need to keep your habitat running. It's your maintenance work area, your tools, your spare parts, your 3D printer for printing the stuff that you forgot to bring. And then the next level down from there is your living area.
So one of the things about this is that in the main column, there's going to be a whole bunch of things that you need. You need your equipment, you need your kitchen table, you need your microwave, you need your, as Arthur said, you need your 3D printer, and all of this stuff will be stacked in the column in such a way that when it deploys, when the floors open up, the stations are where they need to be. So you can see a few stations that are already out there. You can see a table that's been deployed in the kitchen, and you can see an herb garden over here that's been, automatically come down. And the garden's dormant, waiting for the, astronauts to arrive and water it. So if you don't water your plants, they die. Same on Mars as it is on Earth. And yeah, so what's the next? Yeah, and the storage on the bottom. So first of all, in the lander itself, we were going to have the airlock, and that's how they get in and out of Mars and in and out of their home. And then on the bottom floor, we have the main storage, and that's where you're going to have all your functional stuff. Just like you have in your basement at your house, you're going to have your heating supply. You're going to have your water pump. You're going to have your where your toilet stuff goes. All that kind of stuff. But because it's noisy, we want to make sure it's on the bottom floor, and then we're going to have insulation in between the floors to make sure that noise doesn't travel up and bother the astronauts when they're trying to sleep. So.
This is another top-down view of the habitat in the collapsed position, and a side view of the habitat in the collapsed state. So each one of these, as you saw, is nested in. This here is the base. This is the part that lands on Mars by itself, and this structure is actually a balloon that gets filled with mud. We're not talking about that part today. So we've got some elements that actually come attached to the floor. For example, this table. The garden, which is lying dormant until the astronauts get there. Some workbenches you can see in the folded up position. And Spock tending his garden.
So, of course, the astronauts, they're going to be living here for a year. They want to be comfortable. They need to get exercise. So on the very top level, right up here, we'd have a basketball net so that they can play a little game of basketball, only one hoop in the very center instead of on either end. Unfortunately, the basketball net would end up being about regulation height, which at 1/3 gravity makes dunking really easy. There would also be a centrifuge bicycle it would be a double-sided bicycle where you've got your bike that you pedal over here and another thing over here that is either moved by that or you have two people exercising at once, but to just help balance the weight. The advantage of this is that, first of all, you're getting exercise, and then second of all, you're getting Earth normal gravity by riding the bike around or closer to Earth normal gravity. We don't know what Mars gravity does to the human body. We know zero gravity has lots of bad effects over a long period of time. They're hoping that periodic moments of normal gravity will take care of the various negative effects of low gravity.
Could we get closing thought and then questions from the judges? Sorry.
So, a couple of workbenches in detail. Thank you very much. Over to you, judges.
If you wouldn't mind, since I interrupted you guys, if you can go back a couple slides to the other things that are a part of the, yeah, there you go.
Oh, this
yeah, perfect. And judges, if you want to start with a couple questions, that'd be fantastic.
We also could go to the end slide if you like.
So I love the idea of like the unfolding, or how the whole living space opens up. At the beginning, you were pulling the whole structure to open up. So there would be either hydraulics, or I don't know what would be, like some kind of mechanism of sort, an engine or something. Is that going to be like a huge something that would take a lot of space, or is that going to be somewhat integrated in a way that it wouldn't take that much space?
That's a great question. First of all, the dome that it's enclosed in is a balloon that's inflated with the Mars atmosphere and then filled with mud, and that mud is frozen. That's an idea that's not part of our project. But what would happen is that there would be a pulley attached to the top of that balloon. So when it inflated, the pulley and the ropes are already they go into place. Okay. Now the engine itself, that's a great question. We're not really sure. One thing that we do know is that it's not going to be as fast as that we deployed it right here. It would probably, I mean, it could take 6 months and nobody would care because they're not there yet. So the engine could be very low power if that's necessary, and it could, there's a number of different ways that could happen, but it doesn't need to be a huge, powerful engine that right away.
In addition to using an electric winch, you could also, if you didn't want to have the cables all around, you could use linear actuators to raise it up out of the bottom. But in any case, as you said, they would be low power because you could take days to raise this thing up. There's no need to do it quickly.
If we get one more question.
Can you use any materials from Mars to help build the habitat? Can you just use a rock for a workbench, then you don't need to use the weight for the workbench too?
So one thing that is important is to have a habitat fully functional before you even launch the crew, so that you know that they've got somewhere to go to. For the outer shell, that is actually made out of resources from Mars, but we aren't including that scope. That was a project that was done previously. So the pressure vessel is made out of Martian material, but to make all of the internal stuff out of Martian material and have it all ready to go and done autonomously would just be too complicated. And so internally, it's all stuff shipped from Earth.
Perfect. Can we, last thought?
I just wanted to say that we're registering marsbnb.co. And as the first attendees here, if you use the coupon code Space Apps Toronto 2016, you'll be the first in here in like 60 years. So anyway, thank you very much.
All right, when you're ready to go, here comes I Swarm.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Michael, and this is
Daniel.
Yes, and we are part of the Asteroid Mining Challenge here. Our name is Team I Swarm. Just as a note, though, that we are mostly, this presentation is mostly a conceptual and systems engineering approach to it, as due to the nature of the challenge and the ideas we envisioned, we couldn't really realize them in a physical, working, motorized thing. So, ISWARM stands for Intelligent Swarm Wide Area Asteroid Resource Mining. Bit more on that later. So we've designed a phased approach to the overall, I guess, challenge of mining an asteroid. And phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 would have mutually beneficial but separate components to them. Phase 1 would be the information acquisition phase. So that's the low Earth orbit telescopes. They would be identifying the asteroids and making potential target lists. Phase 2 would be the actual exploration phase. You can see in our pretty picture there, that's a model we made of a mothership, which we can send off to an asteroid carrying all our nice little swarms. And that's to essentially verify whether or not the asteroid's actually good for mining, for what have you. And then for phase 3, you have the actual extraction phase, and that's involving actual mining and refining equipment that's sent to the asteroid on demand. Oop. All right, okay. So for the asteroids themselves, there are different classes of near-Earth asteroids. The ones we are interested in, you can see the green circle in the middle picture there. They're called the Atens. They're a class of asteroids that are nearest-ish to Earth and that are probably most feasible and realistic to pursue as a first-time venture. On the left and right, you can see numbers and facts associated with different types of asteroids.
Okay, so I don't know why it's doing that. All right, so our phase 1 is composed of 2 systems. We have a ground system and a low Earth satellite system. In our ground system, we have a ground observatory telescopes and a mission control center. So what this does is it collects data from the telescopes and it realizes which asteroids are in near Earth vicinity. As soon as we get that information, we get spectroscopy data from low Earth telescopes and we analyze the composition. As soon as we realize, okay, these asteroids are within reach and we like what we see in composition, we send a command signal to the motherships, as we see here. So our machine learning algorithm actually learns what we need to do. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. Good? Okay, cool. So we're particularly looking for type X systems, and these class of asteroids are really metallically based, and I think that's what would be most feasible if we're going to send motherships out there. Our motherships are actually in parking orbit, so they won't be launched. They're actually being quote-unquote parked in orbit. And once it gets a signal from mission control, it actually rendezvous with an asteroid. And it does that by using a bi-elliptic transfer orbit right here. So what happens is during one of its parking orbits, it changes its velocity. Once that happens, it goes into a transfer elliptic, as you see categorized by number 2. Once it reaches the apogee of that elliptic, it reverses its thrust again, and it rendezvous with the asteroid in orbit 3. And this is the mothership.
So here you can see our phase 2. Now, for this phase, we're assuming the mothership has already synchronized with the asteroid in respect to both orbit and in rotational direction and velocity. And of course, this is the starting point from which we will launch our drones, which we'll talk about shortly. For the mothership itself, you can see in the picture that it has a huge solar array, and this is primarily to power the onboard Vasimir engine, which is like a ionized plasma accelerating type engine, which is actually quite fuel efficient and especially relevant for a long-range cruising spacecraft like this. It will also have an onboard radiothermal generator, which will provide power in case of power failure from the solar panel or insufficient lighting. Furthermore, you can see the large transmission dish on the back of the thing, which will allow for high bandwidth transmission. Here, you can see the actual hexabot-shaped sampling drone, which we termed the SpiderBot. And this SpiderBot has various cool features on it, most notably the huge jagged or very sharp legs. And this serves as 3 functions: A for anchoring, B for locomotion, and C for actual launching off from the asteroid. It'll also be able to synchronize with the other SpiderBots on the asteroid through the radio antennas, as you can see. And it can also communicate with the observational satellites, which we'll talk about shortly. Among the many features that we envision the SpiderBot will have, most notably it will have a ground-penetrating radar, which will allow it to, identify and scan the interior of the asteroids to identify density changes or any interesting structures inside, and it will be powered with an aluminum-ion battery and feature optical sensors as well. Now, for the observational satellite, which we term the camera drone, it will have an X-ray spectrometer as well as infrared cameras and a large amount of bandwidth capability.
So upon completion of phase 2, some activities have to be done. So the first foremost is only a few of the drones on the asteroid get to jump off the asteroid using their hydraulic legs, and they release themselves and they carry themselves over to the mothership. Then the mothership analyzes the samples on the drones and sends the data back to ground control. This feeds into the machine learning algorithm in phase 1, and it verifies if the code is working correctly. And the result is the machine learns to make a better analysis for the next asteroid it sees. If the sample needs further analysis, it actually sends a capsule down to Earth where a ground team could pick it up. And from there on, the mothership could return to its parking orbit or rendezvous with another asteroid if it's feasible. Going further into phase 3, so like I said, a few drones are left behind on the asteroid. And this is because we want to tag that asteroid now. Now, these drones are now beacons. So now the asteroid is being tracked in its orbit. So now we're getting more data as the asteroid is being tracked. And not just scientists like from NASA, but around the world, like researchers can now use this data to track asteroids and infer other statistics about it. I guess the second procedure these drones do is spin stabilization of the asteroid. So if you have an asteroid going in orbit, it might have a chaotic rotation. So what happens is these drones will, in sequence, throw off their thrusters and impart an angular momentum on the asteroids to cancel out any rotations. Once this happens, a mining ship will be deployed and it'll start extracting minerals from the asteroid.
So in conclusion, we believe that this is a very robust and sustainable system due to the redundancy of the inherent swarm idea, because if one robot fails, the integrity of the mission is not jeopardized, and we believe the operational costs will decrease over time due to the machine learning algorithms, which will allow for better detection of the asteroids, first of all, with the telescopes for the targets, and as well to increase the probability of success at the actual asteroid exploration phase. And overall, we believe this is a positive feedback loop which will enable cheaper asteroid exploration in the 21st century. Thank you very much, guys.
Perfect, thank you. Judges.
What are the timescales associated with your phases 1, 2, and 3?
So for phase 1, we believe that whatever time it takes to actually launch the constellation of low Earth orbit telescopes. Now, of course, there could just be one telescope, but ideally, you want more than one telescope. That might take 1 or 2 years from the actual finishing of manufacturing, and the manufacturing time is obviously highly variable. And for phase 2, and the actual tracking part is obviously not very long compared to the time required to manufacture and launch it. For phase 2, we believe that it'll take about a year to a year and a half in the worst case for a mothership to actually transfer from low Earth orbit to like an asteroid that's, let's say, halfway between Mars and Earth or something. And the actual exploration phase with the swarms of robots crawling around, it will probably take a couple of months, and then obviously the same amount of time coming back if it's coming back to low Earth orbit, or less time if it's transferring to the orbit of another asteroid if there's fuel and sufficient drones left.
It's really a long-term plan. So it's a long-term plan, but it pays off in the long run. The technology advances and advances, and the machine algorithm actually learns better, so we can make a more educated guess and shorten our time for the next asteroid. Anything else?
One more question from the judges.
For your transfer orbit,
Right.
have you thought about, for example, avoiding Jupiter? It looks in your schematic. It looked like you went out to a fairly large.
Oh, that was just a diagram of how the bi-elliptical transfer orbit looks like. It's not like to scale of the planets involved.
Okay.
Yeah, you probably saw the sun in the middle. It's actually should be the Earth right in the middle there. So to give a sense of better scale there.
Okay. All right.
Cool. If we get a round of applause for the Ice Swarm team.
So I said, no, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed down 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling. No, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed down 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling.
Okay. Hi everyone, my name's Oscar. So I'm presenting to you a game called some Terra. So let's begin. So the example for what we have here, it's what it's about. So the solution is titled some Terra. So it is based on from the Journey to Mars challenge, and it's part of like the Sim Space sub challenge. And the idea, it's a crossover between of a mix of different games. So it's more like in the merits of Civilization, Settlers, StarCraft, but to having a time constraints, it's quite an interesting learning experience. So let's continue. So for the problem solution, well, it simulates conditions off Earth of permanent or temporary colonies. And what I did is I tried to keep it an ongoing series based on the previous gems that I had. One of them was upon the International Print Station, and showed that there could be quite a variety of different types of missions. They'll have a variety of like the qualities. Anywhere from like what you see here, it's like a Mariana Trench, from like the deep depths of like the ocean or the Earth, space elevators. And then of course like the geostationary orbit, which was from like my first challenge in 2013. And then there was also the variations of that. And the one I'm trying to keep in focus is on Mars. So it's a permanent colony. So I didn't have like an aspect to try to show like a selection. So there's like quite a large data set. So in this kind of case, I'm able to try to choose like one given sample area of this stuff. So now, due to time constraints it's a very large scope of this game. Instead, I actually will able to try to illustrate as quickly as I can for like the overall concepts, the ideas what could lead to the overall game, interactive prototype. So I present to you, of course, it's like one of the whiteboards. Now, of course, there's a interesting learning experience to have like a high-res camera view CAD instead of like a Android tablet. So the idea I want to see in terms of the units, I'm not sure if you're able to see if I could zoom, if only I have enhanced filter. So one of them is showing like the units. So there's a variety. So it's a mix. So you have, of course, like some villain astronauts, you have astroneers, you have the robot variants of it, you have like the vehicle-based, you have the variety of like the bots where it's like the rollers, the drones, and often they have like a different hybrids. And it's also like a played experiment on different ideas like 3D printing. So one of them is like a spooler robot, so it's like a drone that could remotely 3D print on scene. So if I'm able to go to the next variation on that. So this shows like how like variety of only like the units and the builds and stuff, and even like the upgrade skill trees. Oh yeah, of course the upgrades, yeah. So you have the stuff. So it's like really, the residential, the aquifer for like the water, lab for like the R&D. Then, of course, the agricultural section, so it's to grow a variety of the given crops. And there was like different types like skilled chairs, so it's like starting from like potato, kale, and even a type of specialized fungus that's been produced while it's consuming a plastic, a special type of bacteria that will convert into a consumable. And of course, then what leads to the whole merit of like the objective for this game is to scout the area, to collect, colonize, upgrade, and then egress, which will lead to like a number of different requirements. So I'm going to try to showcase like a small given sample for how it would look like the stuff. So of course, it's not finished, but it's just like a rough aspect of it. Yeah, even it's like the really super high-res textures like of the given Martian soil. So if you went a little over the top, so it's like 4 layers of 4K textures of normal maps. So it will create non-repeating. Unlike others that they could have the blessing that they could convert a large-scale established data set and create a really realistic mesh, I've got another approach. So it's like the artistic method to develop a sort of like a convincing sort of terrain. And of course it's a bit of a lag because there's a lot of stuff going on in the background with shaders and stuff. It's like super high res textures. Even though that the entire landscape is of 15K, which should be adequate for the given draw call. And then there's also able to see directly, able to try to create like some pseudo AI stuff where it will have like the rollers. So far there was no given objectives, so by default there was just only following for like the main given character. There's like pathfinding and stuff like that. So within the thoughts from this approach, due to, of course, yeah, with the time constraint, to have like other ideas and solutions, but to organize them so that they could bring in a time frame. Well, it's a nice learning experience, and I learn something new every day. And I think that was it. Thank you.
Big round of applause. Judges, whenever you're ready. Questions from any of the judges? Cool. I think we're good to go. So thank you, Oscar. Next up we have Astro HUD. Is Astro HUD here? There you are. go, so I cannot do that. Can we give another big round of applause for Astro HUD?
Hello, I'm Jonathan.
Raymond here.
And today we decided to tackle the challenge of the rocket space design with our solution, the rocket space fashion design with our solution Astro HUD. So just a little bit of background on the solution. We decided to focus on two, I guess, main points that the solution provided, and this includes enhancing the work-life experience of a human or an astronaut in space, as well as providing early warning detection for unhealthy environmental factors such as radiation or temperature. So for our problem, we decided to tackle the issue of, or I guess one of the main items that an astronaut will use a lot, especially on the space station, which is the EVA suits. So this is what they use when they have to go on a spacewalk and possibly repair things on the space station or a satellite. So what we noticed was there is an interface that they would use to kind of check statuses on their suit or equipment, as well as provide inputs to their own, to things like oxygen levels or other actuators. So if you look, in the middle of the chest, there's something called the display and control module. So that's what the astronaut will kind of focus on. There's a bunch of levers and knobs and gauges that they can read, so they can know different statuses of their equipment. And this is just a better image of that. So what we wanted to do was to try and improve this, the workflow of an astronaut who's in space and working on equipment. So our solution was to have a kind of a proof of concept using augmented reality with the Google Cardboard and an app that kind of uses, so it'll basically take the camera feed and output it as kind of an augmented reality. And I guess we'll have Raymond talk about kind of what the app actually does.
We'll bring up the picture for it first. So in terms of actually getting this proof of concept done, what we basically used was the Google Cardboard API, and we were able to actually use the camera preview video as some sort of pass-through. So even though there's no actual see-through like the Microsoft HoloLens, it is actually augmented reality because it's just using the camera feed. And based on that, we were able to overlay certain UI elements on the screen. And since you can't tell right there, since it's not actually showing on the cardboard, the UI elements actually kind of have some sort of pop-in feel. So when you put the headset on, you actually see the dome, that circular dome of the camera feed, but the actual UI elements pop out, and they're to symbolize the portion that it's supposed to represent the HUD. And conceptually, you can actually use that to your advantage. Like, for example, if the radiation level you see down there, which we're going to demonstrate with this Arduino board, if it gets to a certain point, it might flash a warning on the HUD, and it might actually pop into you. So it's very easy for the user to, or the astronaut to notice certain warnings and details. Yeah.
Right, and so the kind of stuff we have here is it's kind of like a Bluetooth connectivity module. So this would emulate, since we don't have access to like actual radiation sensors and things like that, so we kind of made our own emulation of a sensor. So basically what the Arduino is doing is it'll output signals to the Bluetooth chip, which is connected to our smartphone augmented reality app, and through that we can kind of send different commands, such as like, change, display different radiation levels or different instructions and commands to the astronaut's HUD. And should we show the video?
Yeah, we weren't really able to find out how to stream the phone's video to the screen, so we recorded a short 40-second video that we want to show you guys of it in action.
And I guess if the judges want, they can try to.
If they want to try it out themselves, yeah. So yeah, this is just looking around with the goggles. I was actually wearing it at this point. And we're just throwing whatever UI elements. So the oxygen meter is just an actual countdown timer. It doesn't actually measure the oxygen levels you have in the room. The bottom feed is actually tied to your to your compass.
So if we see this, the radiation exposure level right now, you can look at, if you see the video, looks like our hands on this little knob, which is over here. You guys can take a look at that after. So what the knob is doing is it's just adjusting a voltage, and that's being output to the HUD as a radiation level. So if you continue this video, you can see as we adjust the knob, the radiation level should be changing.
Yeah, the number changes on the screen. Just kind of simulate like different parts of the suit communicating with each other.
Yeah, so if anyone wants to, if any judges want to try out the augmented reality right now, or not right now? Okay. And so just as, I guess, a follow-up to all this, besides just in space, which is obviously not the most, is kind of a sort of a limited application, we hoped that this could also be used in other applications where, I guess, someone's workflow could be aided by something that is kind of easily accessible on the screen right in front of your face, instead of having to look around at dials and gauges and readings. So we thought like things like, I guess, professions like fighter pilots, or if you're like an underwater welder, when you have lots of equipment on, having some sort of heads-up display might make your workflow easier and make, I guess, allow you to work more efficiently, especially in safety and mission-critical scenarios. And that concludes our presentation. Thanks.
Give him a round of applause. Judges, go for it.
So with any of these augmented reality things, you would have to have a balance between displaying a lot of useful information and not displaying so much information that you're crowding out what you need to be looking at. Have you thought about what you would want to include, not include in this heads-up display?
Well, we gave a thought about it. It's usually at the discretion of, depending on what profession you're talking about. So for example, he mentioned like fighter pilots, underwater welders. In the case of an astronaut, in real life scenarios, they're always in communication with someone else, like down on Earth. So that's a method of communication. Usually the only things you would include on the heads-up display would be things that the astronaut needs to know currently at this time. So we could actually pop in certain elements or remove them depending on whatever is most important, what they're working on at the time.
Yeah, I guess just to add on to that, I guess something we didn't have time to work on, but which would be kind of a good extension of what we have right now, is some sort of voice recognition technology. So as you mentioned, sometimes you don't want to see too many things. Maybe you don't want to see anything at all if you're trying to look at a certain object. So through voice recognition, we could maybe have the ability to turn on and off certain UI elements just to make your field of view a bit more clear.
Any other questions from the judges? All right, we're good to go. Give another round of applause.
Pitch in your arms will meander, but I will wait for you. is over. My life is over. 'Cause I start thinking again about our time together. When the night is over, my life is over. 'Cause I start thinking again about our time together.
Okay. Hello,
Hello.
everyone.
My name is Arushi and I'm in grade 1. Hello, my name is Artash Nath and I'm in grade 4.
Hello, I am Vikas.
Our project is MARS, stands for Maze and Artificial Intelligence Logic for rovers in spacesuits. MARS will help you navigate through Mars, and it will also help you take decisions. Traditional maze won't work on some planets, like the compass won't work on Mars because Mars doesn't have a magnetic field. This navigation will help you find your way through Mars.
Right. Thank you, Artash. The reason we took this challenge was we know that we have to colonize and go to other planets and other solar bodies. So we understand that exploration priorities will change because the further we go, the communication delays is going to happen, and you can't get all the decisions from Earth. So base station is going to be out from the Earth. We'll have to make a lot of autonomous decisions as we go along, and you can't get all the advanced planning because things are going to change as we keep going. The more important thing which we realize is that there are going to be greater chances for errors because there will be bigger teams which will be going to solar system, not just 3 astronauts, there will be 6 or more. So the more the number of people are going to be there are going to be more chances of errors. So how do we create an artificial intelligence system which learns as we go around and which learns from the astronauts and is able to transfer the knowledge from one batch of the astronauts to the other batch? So what we have here is the Mars system.
So the Mars system has 7 steps. The first one is the webcam here will take a snapshot in front of it, and then it will create that image into black and white and put it through filters, for example, the edge filter or the gradient filter. Then it'll create that image into a maze. It'll find the best path how to go through the maze, and then we'll give the coordinate of that path to the rover. The LEDs and the infrared LEDs will help you when there's a storm to not get lost. Yes, that is also something that will help us.
These are the infrared LEDs, like you saw in the Martian, the astronauts were lost because of the dust storm. If you actually open your smartphones, you will find that these LEDs are actually glowing right now. So even if there's a dust storm, the astronauts could be seen in the dust storm.
Now let's do a demo. This program will help you because. So this is a demo. So right now, it's gonna soon take a snapshot.
So this is I don't think so we can see it in the big screen, I'm not sure why, but okay, anyway, it'll be
From the top.
Can you do it?
So it has converted into a filter right now, as you can see. So it's become a maze, and
yes, this is a maze. So it's basically creating an algorithm where we get images from the webcam. It creates a stereotypic images, and you are able to create a maze. once we have the maze around, you can actually put any of the bodies. For example, this is the actual image from the Mars. So we have taken the image from the Mars. You can see how distinct the landscape is. And once we have put it in our own Mars intelligence system, it's going to put a lot of filters. It's actually going to create a maze out of this. So the idea is that we take different snapshots and put them into our system. And as and along, we keeps going on. Okay, there. Yeah, so you can see it's slowly making into the maze now. Now the algorithm, what it does is it actually finds the solution of the maze. So we have taken a complex problem and we have actually made it into a simple maze game. So once it has the maze, it gets the coordinates and it gives the coordinates to the rover. So once the coordinates is given to the rover can drive itself and go where the maze is. To keep it simple, because this kind of program takes a little bit of more memory. So we have kept a very simple maze, and you will see a simple maze right now. I wish we could have it there, but sorry. So this is the maze which we have taken. Now it's going through the filters which we have programmed. Once it is giving the filters, it's actually doing the binary imaging. You can see that. And it's again tries to make sure that it's able to get the black and white edges of that boundary. Once it gets the black and white edges, it tries to basically get the best path solution to go from point A to B. So the good thing is, and it also tries to remember so that in future, the same kind of path has to be delivered. So it's able to remember what path to take. So this is the maze solution it has made. You can see it has found the maze and the best part. So now it's creating the coordinates for the rover. So it's going to automatically send the coordinates to the rover which we have created. So this is the rover which we have made, and we're gonna just plug it in. So it's gonna transfer the coordinates. It's actually transferring the coordinates right now. So once we have transferred the coordinates, we can remove it, and it's going to does it upload it? This is actually the coordinates of the maze. Yeah, probably the yeah.
There you go.
Well, the idea is still So this is plotting the coordinates of the rover. So automatically it knows. I mean, because of the rover, it knows which point to stop at. Yeah. So this is actually the path it has to take. So we have been able to simplify a bigger problem by just a path solution. Now this is not the end because still the errors can happen. We can't fully trust the system what is telling. So we have actually created a secondary artificial intelligence system too. Would you like to
Yeah, this secondary this artificial one, it'll be able to help you take decisions. So first it learns from astronauts and what they do in different situations. Then it'll actually help astronauts later to get the decisions. So on the first line of the program, it'll tell you that the carbon dioxide in your suit is going too high. So yes, so it's not coming in a screen, but so you can see as alert found an increase in carbon dioxide concentration. What should we do? So first you're gonna, let's say, tell it to go back to base.
Yeah. Okay. So it's like we have created a small program. It's like a rock paper scissor. The idea is that the rover doesn't know which is the rock, which is the paper, which is the scissor. It doesn't know the rules. So once it plays with the astronaut a few times, it's able to play that game, rock paper scissors, and it's going to beat the astronaut every time. So the idea is we can start with any rules. We can start with A rule, B rule, and the system is going to learn how it goes around. So this is basically our a small presentation about the Mars system.
Can we give him a big round of applause? All right, judges. Any questions?
Have you thought about perspective? If the camera is, say, on a helmet or on the head of a rover, then you don't necessarily have the best view of the terrain in front of you. Have you thought about also including satellite data, for example?
Well, we've just put it the camera here just for an example, but later we might have like satellites like taking the images of the surface and then giving the coordinates to Mars.
Yeah, but actually, what we wanted to do was put two cameras, and it didn't work out. So we wanted to have a left camera and right camera to get the stereotypic vision. You know, I mean, that was the whole idea, but it was a little bit more complex for the capabilities we had in our small team. But the idea is that the GPS satellites will not happen. I mean, any kind of satellite system for GPS would require at least 22 satellites. That's not going to happen anytime for any of the planets. So we'll have to have a dead reckoning or inertial navigation where we go as we see along without waiting for the data to come.
Yes.
Any other questions? All right, can we give him a big round of applause? Now, like I said before, in the kitchen right now there is Shopsies for eating, so please feel free to grab as much as you'd like.
By the words that you say, the voice that carries them has kept me astray. Too soon to act on it, can we ever be? That all depends on what you're feeling from me. Let me show you all the way. Let me show you all the ways. Let me show you all the ways, yeah. words that you say. The voice that carries them has kept me astray. Too soon to act on it, can we ever be? That all depends on what you're feeling from me. Let me show you all the ways. Let me show you all the ways. Oh, let me show you all the ways. Yeah, let me show you all the ways. Why do I get myself caught up in these just from beneath the sand. Distant miracles seem so far away. Across this universe, she lives another day. I know the reason she stays. I know the reason she's so far away. I know the reason she stays. I know the reason she's so far away. Nickel, how could we run from everything we have done? It only takes us one more step to fall. Nickel, how could we run from everything we have done? It only takes us one more step. Nickel, how I know the reason she stays. Nickel, how I know the reason she's so far away. Nickel, how I know the reason she stays. Nickel, how I know the reason she I know the reason she stays. I know the reason she's so far away. I know the reason she stays. I know the reason she's so far away. She's so far away.
Sorry I kept you waiting forever and a day. But now we're out here together with nothing standing in our way. Can you feel the attraction? Feel the attraction. Can you feel it between us? This energy's inside us like electricity. going through your mind. This feeling's got me on fire. Don't ever leave it all behind. Can you feel the attraction? Feel the attraction. Can you feel it between us? This energy's inside us like electricity. Feel the love running through like electricity. Feel the love. Can you feel me? Ooh, can you feel me?
Gentlemen, if everyone can take a seat, take a seat. So exciting. We've got our 3 winners, or, you know, I don't know what we want to call them. I don't know another, like, space-related one. Is that okay? A regular joke? Okay, a regular joke. Okay. What do you call a fish with no eye? I have a 7-year-old. He likes my jokes. What do you... Thank you. I love how you try to... Is this like the Oscars where they try to clap the person off? I'm glad. All right, well, thank you. How did everyone enjoy Shopsies? So speaking of Shopsies, I want to give, obviously, shout-outs again to our sponsors. First, again, I want to thank the space that we're in, Symbility Intersect, and to just give some closing notes, I'd like to invite up Mark. Can you give him a big round of applause?
Microphone, are you working? Yeah, we're working. Okay, cool. So just a couple last things I want to say again. I really hope everybody had an awesome weekend here. I know, you know, with our 4th year being involved, I kind of feel just, you know, the vibe has gotten better every year. And, you know, just seeing these presentations here, mind blown once again. And you know, one of the other things that I just want to, I guess, throw out in terms of closing sentiments from myself and our team here. Hackathons are kind of becoming a bit of a common thing, right? Like, it seems like everybody and their mom has some sort of hackathon for some reason. You know, I'm not going to say what their motives are. I can only kind of guess in some scenarios. But in all honesty, like, for myself personally, like, you know, being involved with some of the people here has all been, you know, via this hackathon. You know, now I guess it's kind of the 4th year of collaborating with James, and you know, you come across a lot of people in the tech community in Toronto, and again, the people that are really trying to, you know, support really interesting grassroots initiative with the mandate of, you know, just feels like the right thing to do. You know, I really respect all the efforts this guy brings to the table, and I really think everybody needs to give a really warm round of applause for this gentleman over here. I mean, in all honesty, I'm flattered and appreciative to be able to support this. But honestly, without this guy, there's a high likelihood that this doesn't even happen, right? So, James, thanks for letting us be involved and you know, ongoing support. You know, whatever we can do in years future. You know, again, just in general, blown away by all the projects that were put together over the weekend, and I'm pretty excited to see what the outcome is. So on behalf of the Intersect team, thanks everybody for coming out. Hopefully the internet and everything was great. I know it's been cool to have, like, we've graduated to the hackathons that are actually have like good food and stuff like that at it. So like that's progress, right? That's progress. So yeah, I'll let James take it from here. Thank you everybody for being around, and hopefully we'll see you all this time next year.
Mark's gonna make me cry. But in all honesty, just on that note, this is not just an event that is me. We have so many organizers this year that came together to make this happen. I want to recognize each of them individually because their individual contributions are really what made this happen. It's part of a team that kind of comes together that does this, and without them, it would be nothing like what it is right now. First, I would like to thank Liz. Liz isn't here right now. She's actually fell ill yesterday, so she couldn't make it for the rest of the weekend. But she was a huge part of making sure that a lot of the little things came together throughout the weekend, as well as you know, being here on the opening day and getting things together. We really appreciate Liz for doing all that she did. We also don't have here Kevin. Kevin was. So at his job, he got offered to go to Chicago to work on some work, and he only took it with the caveat that he would be able to fly back into Toronto for this weekend. He was here from Friday to today, and he left a couple hours ago because he needed to fly back to Chicago. Again, if that doesn't tell you about the kind of perseverance, the kind of energy that the organizers have, the kind of heart that they put into an event like this, I don't know what does. And I really appreciate Kevin and all he's done. We have Lyanne. Lyanne was involved last year. Lyanne again is involved this year, helping out not only from a sponsorship perspective, but in also the venue kind of coordination and stuff. Again, Lyanne, just with every single thing we needed done. I don't think, like, she slept this weekend for a couple of hours, but honestly, she was up the entire time making sure that doors were open, making sure that we had the resources we need to run the event. She was always the go-to for things. So I really appreciate you, Lyanne, and all that you did. Next is Oksana. Oksana is just like Oksana. Like, I don't even know. Like, Oksana, whenever we needed anything with this event, and it was kind of like, oh my goodness, we forgot about this thing, Oksana was like the person to be on top of it. She was on top of social media throughout the entire weekend, throughout the hackathon and the youth program. But she did so much more throughout the weekend, not only for motivating myself and the rest of the team, but also just in making sure that our ideas were always getting bigger and bigger. Last, and certainly not least, is Matt. Matt, like, all of this equipment that's here, with the exception of the speakers, is Matt's. He brought it all, made sure that it was here. He's live streaming this. The AV was never as good as it was, or it's never as good as it is when it's never as good as it is when Matt is here. So he is an incredible resource. He's been a part of Space Apps since the first year as well, and I'm really glad to have him on the team. The last people that I need to thank, other than the judges have done an incredible job being here, spending their time away from family and friends on a Sunday. So we really appreciate all of your time. And last, but certainly not least, is everyone that's here. And the reason that I say that is every year, and some of you know who've been here for a while and have talked to me about this, every year it's kind of hard after the event to say, yes, we're going to run this again in Toronto again next year. But it is honestly the community. It is honestly every one of you who come out to the event, who not only give bat packs, bat packs, is that a thing? Bat packs? Bat pats, not bat packs. That backpacks is what I was thinking. But who not only do that, but who spend their weekend away again from friends and family to be here to do something that is unlike any other hackathon. That, any time we ever need anything, the support that we get from the community is ridiculous. I can't tell you enough how many emails I get close to November about when Space Apps is happening next, and the fact that that is a thing keeps it running. So I want to make sure that you guys give yourselves a round of applause as well for being amazing and for being here for this weekend. And the last sorry, I keep saying last things. Oh my goodness. The last people that I want to thank are our sponsors. Again, this event, given a venue and internet and the people, is running the event. But without our sponsors, we would literally not have the things otherwise that we get for this event. From our food to, again, our lanyards, to all of our printing stuff, to our swag. We had an incredible amount of supporters throughout this year, but I'd like to give a special thanks to Magid and the XC.com team for sponsoring and making sure that we were fed throughout the weekend. And the City of Toronto as well for, again, additionally helping us out with making sure that we had everything that we needed for this weekend. So thank you all for being here, but you're not here to just to listen to this stuff. I know that you're here to hear about, who the quote-unquote winners are. I'd like to make a note that for these 3 teams that we're going to announce, please do not leave. Those 3 teams, please do not leave. I want to take photos with the judges, especially to put them on the site. And I also need to let you know about your next steps and what you kind of need to get done, because there are a few things that NASA requires, and we're going to have to deal with it together, because it can sometimes be a fun process, but it's surely worth it, I promise. That being said, is everyone excited to hear maybe about the People's Choice winner first? Okay. So we put everything on Chopsy's napkins, so we're gonna open it like Oscar style. See, someone likes my jokes. Oh, thanks. Leanne is also the peanut gallery for the weekend, which is ironic because she really loves baseball. Because peanuts are a baseball thing, right? I don't know. Anyways, so the People's Choice winner is going to be going to the team that had the most votes from the audience, from everyone that's here. Can we get a drum roll, please? All right, and the winner is, not that I need to open this because I already know, Space Off. So come on up. I'll give you a handshake because that's what we do. If you guys want to come up and give a handshake, maybe you want to say a thank you to Oscar speech style. Do you want to say a thank you to anyone?
Of course, I would like to thank all the teams that came out and gave us a helping hand, even when we reached out and we hit some roadblocks. The competitors were still always there to help us along the way, and we have something there to show for it. So thank you to everyone. And to Oksana for letting me use her gym membership so I can go shower this morning.
Anyone else want to say any thank yous? Or you good? Okay. Give them a round of applause again. All right, and we're going to get one of our valuable judges up to announce the 2 nominations that are going on to international judging.
Okay. So, the first quote-unquote winner is, if I can actually open a napkin. I have a PhD, but opening a napkin, sometimes a challenge. All right, the first winner is Vesta Rainbow. All right, if you would like to quickly make your thank yous.
Yeah, thank you, the judges. We are so excited. We never actually think of it, so it's so exciting.
Thank you for all the judges, and thank you for this. Thank you all you guys, because I didn't do a lot of the programming part. I'm still in high school, give me a break. But thank you for all this amazing team.
Thank you so much. It was a great pleasure attending this hackathon. It's my second one, and I'm very unexpected win for us. I'm very happy to hear this, and thanks a lot. We had a great team.
I'd like to thank everybody who was here, and they sort of just to make I always come to this and they're always great, even if they're in various levels disasters, which but they're always absolutely wonderful to be at.
All right, thank you, Vesta Rainbow. All right, and the second team is Kid on the Moon. All right, come a little closer so that you're like actually in the camera. All right, and say your thank yous.
Definitely thanking our team because we actually lost 2 members along the way and got stuck here and there. So thanks, guys, for sticking with us, even though we didn't really know what we were doing half the time. But yeah, and definitely thank you to everyone that came by and helped us. I know a lot of people dropped by and tried to see what we needed. So thanks.
I'd like to thank everyone, especially the judges and my team members. We worked hard. And thank you.
I'd like to thank everyone, all the audience, all the judges, and my team members. We come from different background, and the way over the last 48 hours, the way we worked together and came across, put together something which you guys loved. Thank you so much.
I'd like to thank everyone, and I'd like to thank the host who made this happen, and the judges, and also my team members who supported me.
Same sentiments. Thanks to all my team, everyone here, James, the whole team, and judges. Thank you. And everyone, keep coming out to these amazing collaborative events because it helps us all learn and grow.
Thank you. Thank you also for choosing a bit of a less technical and more communication kind of piece. It makes these hackathons very interesting. They're very you can come from a lot of different backgrounds. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I think most have been said. I guess the main idea behind ours, which is kind of the spirit of hackathons, is kind of exploring your curiosity and coming up to these things and like continue to build something that you have no idea what is going to come out of it. And I think that's kind of what brought our team together, is that we were very open-minded when we came in, just wanted to build something awesome and crazy, and that's what we did.
All right, thank you, Kid on the Moon. I'll now hand it back to James.
All right, thank you. So this essentially, I don't want to say it yet. It technically concludes it. But I'd like to remind everyone that I believe we still have food there, right? We still have food. We still have, like, honestly, a ridiculous amount of beer. But just take it easy. But we also have pop and everything else. Feel free to stick around. Again, those teams that we did announce today, if you can maybe come to this area, we're going to take some photos quickly, and then you guys can go and obviously continue to partake in the food and everything else. We'll stick around for an hour and a bit, and if anyone needs anything, feel free to let me know. Otherwise, this concludes the 4th annual NASA Space Apps Toronto.
myself. I never thought that this would be our end, but it's nothing new. And my lover's honesty, I can push it back down if I have to, if you want me to, 'cause we can run, and we can run, 'cause stars they fall all for you. So tell me now, what's left to lose if we run? If we run. If we run. Forever.
It's never too late to admit when you're wrong. Turn a new leaf, see a new dawn. The time to decide has come and gone. Just give me a chance, we can carry on. I made my choice, these drums of your voice, they run through my head as I remember the day. Stay in this moment. Fill the frame. They say we're lost without aim. Today the stars will read red. Soon blue will guide us instead. I look at stars fill the frame. They say we're lost without aim. Today the stars will read red. Soon blue will guide us instead. I look at stars fill the frame. They say we're lost without aim. Today the stars will read red. Soon blue will guide us instead. This is what I never too late to admit when you're on. Turn a new leaf, see a new dawn. The time to decide has come and gone. Just give me a chance, we can carry on. I've made my choice, these drums of your voice, they run through my head as I remember the day. Stay in this moment. I'm so in love with you. empty notion.